Hello? Hello. Well, I don't know why that did not unmute that time, but mic's now working, right? Sorry. Weird audio issues, always weird audio issues. All right, well, I'm going to just assume you guys can hear me now. I'm seeing little bars bouncing around, so I think you can. All right, so, nice, Pierce. Normally I work on Gmusic during these streams, but I'm stuck working on something really difficult in Comet, and I wanted to get it done. And I need to get it done because I'm going to be traveling soon, and um, because of that, I won't be doing streams for the next couple weeks because I'm going to be in weird times and in India, and I don't feel like bringing all my stuff with me. It's a lot of heavy stuff, but working on Comet again, and I'm going to be working on the binding system. I realized that the original implementation of the binding stuff it works, but it has some major flaws, and I don't want to change any of the functionality. Functionality needs to stay the same, but I need to redo some stuff, a lot of stuff. And so I'm kind of starting over on it. So if you guys want to learn how how this thing works and some of the deeper sides of Comet, this is going to be a deep dive today because I'm rewriting binding, which is crucial to Comet. All right. And I've been going through this a bunch and I've been trying to figure it out. And let me make sure I'm going to get my notes up. Bring up my README on that. Set files. And I'll bring this up so you guys can see it in just a second. And got it. All right. I'm going to switch over to my view and I'll show you what I've got and where we're at. And maybe you guys have some better ideas on how to solve this than I do. I'm open to ideas. So if you have things you think we should try or flaws in the architecture, let me know. All right, switching over to this. Okay, maybe we start with a quick overview of the old binding and the way it works, or the old state. It's not really the bindings. The bindings work pretty good, and I'm going to rewrite the bindings eventually too, but that's not needed right now. The original bindings were written a certain way, and I'm gonna change it because I can do it better. But as far as the state stuff works, there's this parent, and I don't even know why there's two classes of this thing. So I have this binding object manager, and what it does, so it has this new binding state, and I'm trying to remember. All right, binding state keeps track of, this is the thing that keeps track of lots of things, right? So this thing deals with the actual bindings. What it does is whenever we need to deal, so what I need to do is need to make one of these per view. Right now there's one and only one, which is okay, it works okay, but we run into some weird bugs because of that. And the reason is there's really only one state per view, or state for the whole building thing, which is this binding object manager. And what I need to do is simplify it to where there's one binding state per view. Okay? So each view has its own binding state. And when certain things happen, this thing goes through and it keeps track of firing the actions for whenever anything changes. So if something changes, it goes and activates things, and it also knows whether or not something was a global property. So global things, you need to rebuild the whole view versus being able to bind and update a value. And right now, since everything's in one thing, the problem is since everything uses the same state, if we change a global for one view, it rebuilds everything, regardless of what layer it is. And this really causes issues with things with list views. So with the list view, where there's all these other views, if something changes in a global, it's going to rebuild and rebuild all those views, and everything just goes haywire because everything can get into a rebuilding loop where things keep triggering and triggering and triggering, where really everything doesn't need to do that. And so also right now, this binding state doesn't know objects, it just knows strings. And so I might actually change that as well. So that way it knows which object and property. I don't know. I need to think that through a tad bit more. And then it's got the global properties, so if one of those things fires, it knows, rebuild this thing. So it can actually say update values, goes through and returns, when we call this, it tells you, so if it's a global one, it says false. We could not update, rebuild the world. And so right here at this end updating, when we're done updating, we say, okay, if there's any pending updates, we pass those into our binding state, see if they can handle it. And it's also, since everything's in one place, it's just a hot mess there. And then if not, the state change this is what really caused the real root of the problem. State change is an action. And so each view overwrites this action whenever they're assigned to the state. Whenever they're building the state, they take over. And then nothing ever sets it back to the proper root. So I'm going to ditch the action and make it to where, because these things already have an access to the view anyway. So what happens is they just have to say parent reload. Really, that's all it needs to do, rather than resetting and clearing out this state changed. And I want to clean some of this stuff up anyway. But this stuff is really crazy because during the binding state, so the way I do all my magic binding is I keep track of whenever we start a new object. Let's look at a view really quick. Let's talk about that. I think I'm going to use that binding state. I think we're going to make one of those per view. I've added a new state manager, and I think I'm going to move most of the logic to here. So that way it still is global, but then it tracks it at the view level instead. I think we can do that okay. Because I can do a queue of knowing what's in memory, which one's being built, and just pass things along. Because as things are built, we'll pop it up the queue. That's the current one, I think. Or a stack. It's a stack I want, not a queue. That way yeah, either way. Whew. Craziness. All right, so let's look at view really quick. So view, did I start changing this? Oh, and I also wrote some tests of how this is supposed to work, and they're failing, of course, because it doesn't work like it's supposed to. All right, so right now, view state says when a view is constructed, it goes and gets a state. And it says grab the current state, which is a static, and if there's not one, fill it out and set its reload state to reload. So that sets it to the root. Now state, so that way only one view can be reloaded, ever, which is bad if you have multiple pages, multiple places. So that needs cleaned up. All right, and now I say that I'm start building. I also do start building later. All right, inside the build, when we actually build the view, I do oh no, I don't tell it start building. I tell it, so I do a new state builder, and this just keeps track of which one's the current one and pops them with the stack if somehow there magically becomes multiples. So we'll still keep this puppy around. And it also deals with, it tells it to start building the view and then end building, which is crucial because when you end building, any properties that have not been used, and same with start. If you ever start a new state, start building a new view, and there's unclaimed properties, those are global. So that's how I keep track of those. This thing's still going to hang out and stay around, just maybe a little different. So then we also say start property. Start property, again, we'll do that same thing. We're starting a property. Oh, there's some properties left over. Add that into the globals because we shouldn't have that. So I say start property, I build the view, and then each view is going to then build themselves and do the same thing. So I keep track of all of this. And instead of doing it at the state level, like I said, we're going to move it to state manager. So we'll say, hey, state manager, I'm starting. And then I reset this parent, and the parent, if parent equals this parent, return, else it looks up and keeps track of what it needs to monitor. And the monitoring stuff is going to need to be per view as well. Man, this stuff is fun. And I've been trying to think of maybe that global state manager is not the right way of doing it. Hey, thanks for the follow, noob runner. Like I said, deep dive today. We are doing really deep stuff. And the monitoring stuff is where it will go and check for, as we're building our views, as we all know, we have all this fun stuff we can throw on the samples where we say where our data is coming from, like a state. States we're going to monitor. So we know when those things are being read, when they're being used. Same with things like our binding objects. when we assign something to a state. So this is a better example. So we have to look for the view and look for all the objects that we care about. So if any of these things, now we know to hook in to listen to them being used. So we have to do that. And then those callbacks, maybe those parts don't have to be global. But at the same time, this is where it gets even trickier, and why I only did one state was, let's look at nested views, because that's where things are really starting to fall apart. Tests, Comet view. Okay, let's look at state binding test. So we have these views. Maybe that one doesn't show it off. Let me write a different sample that will. What I'm thinking of. All right, so if we have one parent view, we'll just say we're going to use parent view. Okay, so let's add a new test. Let's get fact on it, right? So public void. I don't know what to call this one. Children. Horrible name because it doesn't say what it's doing. We'll give it a better name. Maybe you guys can help me name it. All right, so this is showing off one of the big bugs that we're trying to fix. So if our parent equals new parent view. All right, body equals new. Actually, did I do that right? Nope, that's not right. New view, the child view, and you should. This is a crude example. Text, or sorry, new text equals parent dot model dot, what do I call those things? I exposed that, made it public just to make this easier for testing. Child count. Yes. Oh. All right, that'll work. All right, put that semicolon there so it's happy. Child count. ToString. Actually, who ToString? And yes, this doesn't get incremented, but this view needs to listen for changes from the parent's data. Not saying people should do this, but it's bound to happen, and I need to support this. And so there should be no globals here. This should have zero. Oh no, it'll have one global. It'll have model. Both of them should be listening to that parent.model. And this is where that thing gets tricky. Yeah, see what I'm going up against, guys? This one is tricky. Like I said, we're doing a deep dive on this one. Just trying to run it through my head how this is going to work. So I wrote some notes thinking of how I wanted to do this, and I wrote this late one night when I had been thinking about it, and right before bed I'm like, let me write some notes. I think I know what to do. And I'm second guessing it, of course, because don't we all second guess everything we do? All right, so we need one global state. We'll register the view constructors. I've got all that. That's that state manager you see. And keep track of all objects that need monitoring per view. Maybe wrap a class per view. That's what I was talking about, that state binding object or whatever it was. And then we only need to reload that one, ditch the action. So it's not the best plan, but it's a start. And as we're building this thing, hey R2, how's it going? I'm scaring everyone away. No one's watching this because it is crazy deep dive stuff. That's cool. Only those of you who want to deal with craziness hang around because we're going deep. Deep into the internals of a binding framework. Okay. You and all your emotes. But yes, anyone, feel free to tell me how to make it better. Or your thoughts and your ideas on how this should work. Hopefully I'll talk more on the stream and not get too quiet as I get into deep thought. Okay. So I was almost starting over. We already have hot reload. That's easy. That's an easy one. All right. So I have my state manager. Now to do do it on the same line. For state objects. All right. So we've got a scan for state objects. We're going to also need to know I wonder if we do it differently. What if, in keeping track of the views in a view binding, we have a binding class? Yeah, I've realized that I had a fatal flaw in the design. But it's fixable. I just have to think of the right way to do it. So right now, I think I might be going around the wrong way. I keep thinking about views, views, views. I need to know which views use which globals. And I need to know which bindings use which things from which objects. And if a parent has the global, the child doesn't need to or want or shouldn't care about that global because the parent took it. And I also think I have a bug in my design because everything is strings. Nothing actually has the object. And you may have the state. It's not that state, different state. That state's fine. That's also a confusing thing. Inside the state class, this state has absolutely nothing to do with any of this stuff. Nothing at all. And same with the state attribute. State attribute and these things are the same or work together, but they don't work with this stuff at all. That state is just an easy way to wrap stuff. Hey, Lucky, thanks for jumping in. Oh, no worries. Everyone spells it like that without the E because that's how the author spells it. All right. And I also need to make sure, since this thing has all these actions, callbacks, and notifications and all that, this thing doesn't leak like a sieve, because this is an easy place to leak. Very easy place to cause memory leaks. I have some nice little classes helpers that I've added in here to help prevent me from causing leaks that we will probably be using. Like a weak list. It's a list that uses weak references for everything, so nothing can be left in memory, or it won't cause it to be left in memory. Okay, so and here we need to unsubscribe from binding objects. All right. When we start building the view, this is where we grab objects and add them to previous views globals. From the stack. Maybe we don't go to the binding thing I was talking about yet. because if we can fix it without that, maybe we'll come back to that. Let's get it working, get some good tests in here, and then redo it a little bit more, where we're using the binding objects instead of views. Right now, the way that stuff works is kind of lame. So when one of these things changes, it passes it to the view and says, hey, you changed. Binding property changed. This thing goes and says, this is the reset view, reset everything. So that's how we pass the globals along. Is that someone crying? The water and a tear on a big owl? Or cat? Oh, it's a cat. Of course it's a cat. All right, so if it's reset view, it does not, it goes through and sets the property. We'll then use reflection to just upstate stuff, including the binding things. So not sure I'm in love with that. Whereas if we're bind it directly to the binding and we tell the binding that the value changed, things will be a lot cleaner. That's changing a lot all at once. Maybe we need to. Maybe it's time. All right. This thing's just been scaring me. So scary. And all right, I think it's time just to jump in, actually code. Stop telling you the problem and fix it. Like I said, right now everything is strings, which is good enough. But I want to do it more objecty. Nice thing about strings are though, no, this won't change the public API at all. As far as building apps, it's not going to change a thing. It's just how I track stuff. I mean, technically it's all public API because they're all public classes. So, but as far as building an app, it won't change a thing. Yeah, so Lucky, have you seen what I've been building? So this is Comet. It's a new UI toolkit. Let me run the sample. So yes, it's making things, yes, very reactive, lets you have like a fluent API. So really quick 2-minute demo. Build errors because I've been working on things. I just updated to iOS 11 or Xcode 11. And let's hope I didn't break something. Hold on. Let me restart Visual Studio. I don't know if I restarted Visual Studio since I installed the developer tools. Try that really quick. While that's loading, GitHub. Let's go to GitHub. Let's look at code there. All right, so inside of here, the idea is to write a little bit of code that lets you do some really cool things. Like, so it is an MVU style pattern, so very similar to like Flutter, Swift UI, to where you allow a way to rebuild the entire UI. So the whole thing's built off of rebuilding the UI. In this case, we'd say, hey, we have a vertical stack, which has an image with a clip shape, and so it's got that really fluent API where you just append things onto it. The clip shape is a circle. Visual Studio, let's leave it launching. And we add an overlay, so like a border and a shadow. And that's all well and dandy. However, we would have magic bindings. And where's the best place to show bindings? Bindings can be crazy, but luckily I hide it from you. All right, so here's a great example. So this view has a state. Let's see if that'll run while that's going. So you have this read-only state. Come on, same errors, linker. Why am I linking? Having problems with WatchKit, which we don't even have. And I'm building for the simulator, which shouldn't have any linking issues. I might be downgrading. I just installed Xcode 11 and did not try rebuilding before my stream. That was so smart of me. Oh, I bet I know what it is. Not 1Password. You go away. I bet Xcode Am I missing stuff in the preferences? I have simulator. I have no WatchKit stuff downloaded. I wonder if I need anything else. Check and install. There's simulators in the components. I shouldn't need to install a simulator for WatchKit, should I? Alright, so Comet iOS is building. Comet iOS sample is not building. We're doing a simulator, so that should have 0 linking. We might be downgrading Xcode live on the stream. All right, so we have these state objects, which is a simple way to wrap basic types like an integer. So we can say the count equals 0. Again, we have a vertical stack and we have a button. And this button, when you click on it, it's going to increment this count. And in this case, the text is using that count, and so it'll just be able to reevaluate without having to rebuild the UI, since it will magically data bind these values. And if you're using it with like a text entry, so you're typing text in, it does the same thing, just two-way binds it. And I have some really crazy binding samples. Binding sample, like this one has lots of stuff in here. Can edit has a text, has a click count, and it will actually do stuff like, hey, if you can edit, do a text field. If not, give me a label like a text. So it's not editable. And now it knows when can edit is toggled, it needs to rebuild the UI because this is a global. It's not directly bound to the value of a control, whereas state.text is. And same thing with like, so this button toggles can edit and things like that. So pretty craziness. Whereas if you click this button, it'll just update the text or the text entry or text field, either one. Fun stuff there. And when the font changes, it redoes everything. And yeah, why is that code formatting so horrible on that page? Framework not found, WatchKit. How does WatchKit not Xcode 11? Let's see. WatchKit framework is no longer included in the iOS SDK. Using WatchKit's APIs, you need to. Very interesting. Well, how do I get my stuff building again? All right. See if someone said closed. All right. Oh, phone making noises. All right, this was merged in. How do I build though? Anyone on watching had this issue and fixed it? Actually, let me check internal preview. That's the one that matches this Xcode 11. It's the one that's about to go out. I might just go download Xcode so I can replace it. Come on, updater, go. Not being able to actually test and run is going to kill me. Luckily, I'm going to be doing it with tests, and tests work. All right, let's see if this new iOS fixes it. I bet that will, hopefully. Actually, we can probably check when that went in. This has a build. Don't we show our build numbers on here? Because I can check if that build number is higher. That's old. This is from July though. All right, updating this should fix it. All right, let's close that. Let's let it update in the background. I will do a quick tour of Comet and show it running once I finish updating. For now, we can still work on state stuff though, because like I said, I'm doing it with tests anyway for now. This is not UI code and doesn't really affect UI code as long as all my binding tests still pass. And I have a bunch to make sure when I update values, the right things update, which is going to be a lifesaver with all of the binding tests. Excited. All right. I'm tempted to actually write new classes for State Builder. Or not State Builder. Well, State Builder will need to be changed to do. All right. This guy that I want to rewrite. Well, parts of it. I'm trying to think if there's a benefit to keeping it. These need to know about their children and their parents. There needs to be a direction. Because whatever the root one is, I wonder if it does need to pass it on. No, I think it would just, in that case of that test one, it might just make it a global, which may be okay. This thing needs to die. That state is going away. This is going to be tied directly to a view. So it does this check. This is where it finds all the stuff it cares about. So what if, oh, update's done. Install updates. Oh, I don't have Keycaster on. Drop that in place. Update this and we'll try again. All right. Well, that goes. Thought I updated this thing yesterday though. Also, if you wanted to see like a cool sample of it, this code's a bit dated, even the namespace is wrong. But on the README, there's a, gotta have this, showing me build it. Wrong button, not there. That's the one I wanted. You can see it actually build, and it has hot reload tooling built in to where as I type, you'll notice that circle I've never even saved. I'm just typing. And as I write C# code, it reloads, which is pretty cool and new for C#. But the productivity is just through the roof of being able to just code. Add properties on, see what happens when you're writing things, and watch it react live. That is what's powerful. All right. Updater's still going. And yeah, this is even old code because you did like card.2a binding. That stuff goes away. The new binding, you just do like card.number. You don't even have to do 2a binding nonsense. Like there's a lot that's better now. All right, let's launch it again. And let's hope this builds. I've not written a single line of code yet, and I've been on for 40 minutes. This shows how scared of this I am. Yeah, and it works on iOS, Android, web, Windows, Mac. I'm really only focusing on iOS right now. A lot of the core stuff as that works is fine, but then the different platforms are going to be easy enough to implement. There's still too many things in the core I have to focus on. Hey, it built! Yes! It's working! Alright. So yeah, really exciting. And that one I was just showing with the clip sample. So samples, go to samples, clip sample 1. And then just as you're typing, just watching it update and see how the framework works and oops, what happens when I change colors. And yeah, it's just really nice if your designer's sitting there, well, try this color, try that one, that you don't have to wait. Gets you closer to that web, the way web works, where you can just refresh the page or edit in the Chrome inspector. But this is your real code. So it's not like you're doing an inspection view. It's your code. Why do we have snow and white? John did all these. But yeah, either way, it's fun. Blow that shadow out. Yeah, but that reactive, it just updates, and the hot reloading, that's what's slow as, yeah, I don't know. Yellow snow, man, it's never a good sign. All right, let's go back to the binding state. All right, now, the way this, tad bit more about how this works. So I mentioned that we have the state, which is not related whatsoever. I implemented a new interface called iNotifyPropertyRed, which subclasses iNotifyProperty changed. So now each of these objects, which are going to be a state or a binding objects type deal, if you implement this interface on your own objects, it'll just work. It tells me whenever a property is read or when it changes, not just when it changes. So now I can keep track of what you're using as we're building the view and at what state we're in. So if I just keep track of the stack and I say, okay, here's the first view, we just built it. Look for all the properties on it, start monitoring all these objects now. Now I know what view I'm working with because it's the current view. So I probably need to do a stack of the views as they're being built and then clear them out. So whenever they're building, they're added to the stack and then we remove them when they're not. I think that makes sense. And so at that point, I keep track of every property that's read after that initialization of that view. So I scan the view, say, tell me if any of this stuff changes. Done, easy. Now, as we're building the UI, I keep track of where we're at. So anything that has been used from the time that I first go to use a property, or by the time I go to set a property, so stuff with binding. So if a binding is created, it will look and see what's been read, say I'm done and clear that stuff out and say this is what I care about. And the bindings happen, this is where it gets tricky. The binding object gets created before the view is created. Yes. So now the base view is always going to get created first, so that's never an issue. So we'll always have objects to listen to. But if we look at this sample again, this is why this thing's so scary and tricky. Let's go to ride the Comet one. Really simple. Actually, let's just do button sample. All right. So text, do this nice and simple. All right. So we're passing this into the constructor. That means at this point, when the button is created, we'll scan for everything we care about. In this case, it's going to find the state and the care about count. So it's now going to track count. Now, when we build the UI, it's going to build a vertical stack. It instantiates that, scans this body and stuff, finds nothing. Does the same thing with button. Oh, nothing I got to worry about. Button, since this is a function, it's not going to get used, and that's only on settings, so that never cares about it. Now we get to text. Before it can instantiate text, it's going to create a binding out of this. And it's going to say, okay, it's going to cast this to a binding because of our implicit casts. Binding is going to say, hey, state, what just got used? Well, this state, what just got used, is going to go all the way back to the parent. And the parent's going to be like, I have count. It's been read and not used yet. So here's your binding. You are bound to my count object. And then the count constructor is going to be called and say, hey, I'm here, scan me, I've got nothing, and we're done. So bindings aren't going to have the current view. This is why I did one state, to make it easy, because it can just say what changed. And so the state manager needs to know of everything that changed. So maybe what we do is state manager is going to create those view things, and it's going to subscribe to all the reading, because that's all it cares about. So then we can say, hey, state manager, what changed? Because it needs to, that stuff has to be global. What changed has to be global. Well, not necessarily global, that whole chain of what just got built. And I don't want to walk a tree and just keep asking everything what changed. So if we keep track of it in one place, which right now that's all happening in binding object. So this, not binding object, yeah, it's in binding object, not in the binding object, but in object manager. So this has a list of properties. And I think instead of a list of properties, I think I want to do the object. So maybe we'll start with just tracking it at the object level. And then this gets changed. So we ditch the sender right now, and we probably want to not ditch the sender. All right, so let's rewrite half of the stuff from this thing. And I do keep track of building count, so you can start, and then tear it down. All right, and I don't have a queue. So we have our week list. I'm going to need a week queue. Let's bring in the generic one. Is there a queue? No, there's not. There is. All right, we'll just do it ourselves. All right. And we're going to just steal some of this. And instead of a list, we'll make it a queue. No, not a queue. I want a stack. We don't need a queue. We don't care about a queue right now. So let's name. Finally, I wrote some code, guys. I did it. I just like closing those. Just all right. And what's on our stack? I'm trying to remember what even goes on a C# stack. Current stack, wait, is stack not what I want? Pop. Yes, pop is going to take the top one off. Pop and push are what we need. And I also need peak. Target as T. And we will do isn't that right? I thought, oh, class. There we go. All right, so public T pop. And actually, this should never be null. But this thing can put null things out because we could be keeping track of something. Void push. Items dot push new weak reference. All right, yay, we have a weak stack. All right, so that way everything that's held inside this, we are adding a new object, but it's worth it so that way we never screw up and make something hold on to a reference. So we're going to need to keep track of what the current views are, and we will be peeking and popping these things. And all right. All right, so, oh. All right, so we'll just start by saying, hey, current view dot push, and we'll add the view. So now we've got the current one on there. And dot pop. All right, so then take the top one off because we're done with it. Oh, we don't need to. And this, yeah. Those things better be equal. All right. Now we're going to need a static. How did I do it inside of binding stuff? I think I have another weak list of what we care about, the children. No, I just did a dictionary of weak references. That's for the views though. That's different. That thing's probably not going away. The children that we're watching needs to be per view because we need to stop listening to them for that view. At the same time, maybe we do it here. Because we need a list of each view. When they're disposed, we're going to tell them to remove all their stuff. And so if we have all right, so if we had a binding object of some sort, something to keep track of a view to a list So if we had an object and we had that tied to a list of views, and then we had views that had a list of objects, which are the same, I know, we're going in circles here. All right. And this needs to be a dictionary. These are both dictionaries. Do I have a weak dictionary? I don't even know how that would work. Trying to think the right way of doing that. Every view has an ID. So we can do static dictionary string list and this list will be a list of I notify property reds. And this is view view die. There it goes. All right. Man, this thing is tricky. All right, so if we have that, we're also going to need a static dictionary I notify property red to what's weak list under? Oh, I put weak stack in the wrong place. Let's cut that. Put it in helpers where it belongs. Paste. All right, throw that in there. Weak list. All right. I think this is what I need. Okay. Now this will let us, let's add a new extension. Dictionary, okay. Let's do helpers. Let's go. Let's add an extension to make these easier to use. Where should I throw this one under? Data binding? No, no. We could throw it in. It's a dictionary extension, but I'll throw it in here. No, yeah. Get or create at for key. So what this is going to do is this extension method will make it to where we can do dictionary. Oh, I'm going to need two of these. T value, T value, T key. So T key, T value, T key, key. Right? Did I do this right? Oh, I need a, okay. All right, and then where T value. All right. So now we've said, hey, make sure we're allowed to view these things up. Now we can do dictionary.try get value if key out var result return result else result dictionary key equals result equals, actually we'll simplify this. New t-value, return result. All right. So if there's no result in the dictionary, we're going to create it and set it for that key. Now inside state manager using Comet.internal. So now when we're constructing that view, current building views dot push view, we now know that's the current view we're working on. And to be honest, we may, yeah, we're gonna need that. Maybe we won't. We might not even need that stack, but we're gonna keep track of it for now. So now we're gonna do the scan, and we're gonna say var. Actually, that list needs to be reset each time. No, this is constructor time. This can never not be null. All right, so view mappings, oops, dot get or create for key, and the string is view dot id. All right, var never not be null. Yes. Wait. Yeah, so it can't ever be null. It will always create this if it doesn't exist. Now, actually, on this case, I actually might not want to create it because we're going to set this from when we do the scanning and get the state. Maybe, I think. No, we're not going to have, this is just going to be the object. Yeah, this will be all the objects we're listening to. And I do a shortcut if it's a binding object. I don't have to do all the hoops of iNotifyPropertyRead with the events. So we're going to want to do something to scan, subscribe to these, and then add them to this list. And I'll just pass this list into that function. Perfect. Okay, so we have the mappings. Then we're going to need to add this, loop through those mappings, and add them to this guy. For each var j and view object mappings. Now this one, we will do, this might be too much work in constructor. Granted, this is only 3 objects max typically. I mean, someone could have like 10 objects, but still. We should be able to loop through 10 objects pretty quick regardless of device, I would hope. Yeah. It's a lot of list creation too. Maybe this isn't going to work this way. And actually, that dictionary of weak list view isn't good. We're only going to add to that if we're actually listening. And it's not just going to be a weak list view. We need to tell it only cares about certain properties. So we're not even going to create that now, and we would be prematurely creating that. So let's forget that now. All right. All right. Now we know, and maybe we only create that if there are objects. Let's scan first. Because I don't want to create a list just because. Things like a text and base classes will never ever have these. So let's scan for scan for objects. Objects, add them to the view mappings. All right, we're just going to keep that commented out for now. We'll start bringing code back as we're ready for it. Now, here we can just say if view object mappings dot try get out value view.id out var to do cleanup. All right, so then that's how we'll handle that. Now, when we start building, we're going to push the view. We're going to we need a public static list. And we'll do this as a tuple type. We need, let's do identify property red, finding object, and then this will be string, and this will be red. All right. Now what we're also going to do is we'll push this thing up. Bool is building equals false. All right, so this thing is like, hey, are we building anything? And I'll show you why we need that later. So say if we're building, done, right? Oh, no, that's not in start. We are not building yet. We are building here. All right. Now on end view is building equals is not equal to 0. All right, and so let's go add count because we didn't add that. All right, I think we've exposed what we needed there. All right, so now we're not building if count. The reason we care is we only track properties that are red if we're in this build state. There's no need to even go through the hassle of trying to figure out what we need to do with it if we're not actually building. So we just ignore those. If not, this list is going to get pretty full. All right, so we might need to go grab the scanning stuff and start scanning and looking for the objects. And then we have all the objects that we're listening to for them being read. Like I said, we only care about reading during the build phase. Actually, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go refill my water. It's empty. I'll be right back. Wow, my mic did not mute, did it? I set it on the floor. Hopefully you guys didn't hear that loud thud when I dropped it. What's up with my key bindings not working? Alright, I'm back. Alright, so where were we? Let's start working on some binding stuff. And is my mic working? Yes, okay. So weird with Mike doing that. Alright, I also stole some of my kids' candy. And since it's Alaska and it's cold, they do a trick-or-treat in the heat, which started as a charity thing. The kids get to go trick-or-treating before it snows, which is awesome. And then they go trick-or-treating again once it snows. But, hey. There's too much candy in my house now, and I can't help eating it. Alright, let's get working on this again. So tempted to figure out why my key bindings aren't working, but hotkeys. Oh, I updated OBS and it looks like a lot of my things are gone. So sad. And yeah, is my toggle working at all? Yeah, my mute button's not working. Is it OBS or is it Elgato? Sorry, I just gotta. It's passing the right key. Okay. Yeah, that's so weird. Alright, I give up. I'll fight that another day. One issue at a time. Alright, so let's start listening to objects. Let's put this stuff down here. The actual inner workings. Oh, I want the actual. Oh, right. I'm only going to check. We don't need that has check because that won't move. Won't matter anymore. Bring in some reflection stuff. Has checked is going to be by object. But I don't even think I need that. I'm going to comment it out for now. Old dead code. All right. Do I need a scan? Yeah, we'll just do this. I think we can keep this typed. I notify property read. So many lists. Luckily, this is all static. All right. Oh, wait. Right, I tie those to properties. So if the object is a property of that view, this is all stuff that needs to happen at the view level. I think. So that way I know how to dot them. For when they change. Hmm. I don't know if this is where I want this thing. I might still need this wrapped in an object, and it's going to pass back. Well, I need it to subscribe to things changing. Or reading. This thing only cares about reading, not changing. And I don't know if these need to be as a weak reference anymore. Maybe they do. Always safer. Alright, so I have to monitor each of the children. Alright, well let's just go with this for now. So I should probably know. In this case, it doesn't care if we're going to need to bring this thing back. This I'm just going to comment out for now. Alright, put that there. Ditch this, we have some more real estate. Alright. Where am I subscribing to this though? Oh, start monitoring, which I haven't added yet. Alright, so let's go back and take start monitoring now. Yay, we're getting somewhere. Alright. Oh. This is interesting because this thing doesn't care about properties changing. Not yet. It will once we make it deal with bindings. Alright, we're gonna put this all into this thing. Man, this thing sucks. Alright. And we're not calling monitored objects. So that way nothing, no way that more than one thing will listen to it. Okay. We can make binding object not to need references and be smart enough just to call back. All right. Copying and pasting too much code. I'm not totally sold on this. And this is where that is building is key. If we're building, we've done something with it. Oops. Okay. And then this is that whole children property stuff we'll have to get back to. Which is going to be by view, because we're going to pass those off to the view. I'm going to have to tackle that sooner than I thought. Okay, on property changed. Okay, and let's comment all this out for now because that's all going to need to be rethought. Or we're going to have to rethink that stuff. All right. Oh, and these need to be static. And that'll make all this stuff happy. Yay, it can compile again. It's not going to do what I want it to, but it can compile again. All right. So now we can scan objects. We can do check for attributes. And then when it finds stuff, it's going to say, I found you. And we need this to return back a list of things that the view cares about. All right, so maybe what I do is I change this to be like an IEnumerable and we yield. Or actually, yield. We need to do that either way though. Okay, so let's change this to where this is a not. That way the yield stays the same. I like that. It's actually just called the format code. That's easier. All right. Sorry, guys. This is like brutal, deep nonsense. Hopefully it's interesting. It needs done. And having you guys on here is actually forcing me to figure it out when I've been avoiding trying to get it done, even though I know it's very important. Do I really have a build error? Or is that just old? Actually, I can just commit. One sec, just checking messages. All right, so let's see where we're at. I wonder if doing any will make it reevaluate. Just to list it. If mappings any. Maybe we don't even need my fancy extension. Since this view can't exist, it's on the constructor. What if we just do that? All right, so that gives us all the views that we're listening to. Start monitoring. It's going to tell us whenever those objects change. So we're really only going to monitor the objects once. We will only stop monitoring that object when all views that are using that object are not. So this is going to be more efficient when all said and done, I hope. Okay, don't need that to do because we've done that. We don't need to subscribe to the events because we do that as we're building it. Under Start Monitoring. It's time to figure out this children. So this child property, needs to know about views. And also, so it needs to know what view it is and what its field name is for that view. And then I wonder if we can clear out all right, so let's do. Wait, so the dictionary has a list of views. I wonder if that's right, because we need to. Maybe we don't need. Ah, this is tricky. I need to stop complaining about how tricky this is, because I know it's tricky. You guys know it's tricky. I've told you it's tricky. So what if this gets all the notifications? We never tell a view about anything. All right. All right, so what we'll do here, now we can just do all right, we'll send it through there. I like it. That'll be nice. So now all those will go through the state manager. Don't even need to do that anymore. And I don't need red. Oh, no, we'll move that. And I didn't do the cleanup one yet. All right, so we'll just leave this one for now, but I'm also going to need in mappings, we'll do notify to, let's just fill it out in case we need it. Dot Yeah, we'll just leave that. So now we've filled that thing out, so it's filled out. We have everything filled out. No, not, yeah, dictionary. Now, string, I think what we need here is string, comma, string. Child. So many mappings. All right. Oh, I wonder if that's right. This gets added no matter what. Oh, this isn't gonna work. Not yet. I think I need to pass this thing in. And then we can do children. Oh, not try to get. We have our little safe thing. Get or create. And this is going to get or create a dictionary for us. So we always add that, but we only start monitoring if it's a new one. So now we'll know what that property is per each view, which I didn't have that before. It wasn't really done for like multi-views, which it has to be, because the same object can be used lots of places. Okay. Now how is this going to work? So we also want to look for if you have a binding object that has binding objects inside. Those aren't going to be, and that still needs to work. What should be in there? If we did do null, because it's not tied to a view. We can't do null as a key though. But we can do an empty string as the key. So we'll do that. And that should only ever get set once. Now we know how to all right. An empty string is the safest, that way we never have name collisions. So now, when a property is read, what do we have up here? Wait, what's this? Double pass that in. We now have our currently read properties. So on raid, dot add All right, so then we'll just add that in there. And we're not going to even deal with this at this point. That's going to be dealt with when we pull things out. So this goes back to it not being designed for multi-views. Let's leave that commented out for now. Now on changed, this we can write now. All right. So whenever property changes, we have the object. That object lives here. So we know which views care about it, and then we also know how to map the views to the property name that changed. Let's just work on that. All right. If notify mappings dot try get out value. So we'll actually do an if not first. Okay, if not, try get out sender. Actually, var notify equals null. I don't think that should ever happen, but actually, let's just do it. Let's just throw that exception. That should never happen. Notify out views. Oh, out var views. So if there's nothing, we're just gonna like notify dot property. Oh no, we need to stop monitoring. We don't have that yet. Actually, these are gonna fly through. So let's just throw this, start monitoring that. We'll just throw stop right there. And if not, remove those. Done. So now we can just say, hey, whoa. Perfect. And stop monitoring is going to need to do more than just that. But let's throw a to do in there so I don't forget. All right, so stop monitoring. We don't care about you. Move along. All right. Now we need to send notifications on to each views. Oh, that change dictionary is per view. Try to remember what I do with the changed. That I know I use that for state transfer. So we'll bring that back. It's not going to live here. That's going to be per view because we don't want to care about that stuff here. All right. So we're also going to need to go Actually, let me think on this. Binding object dot binding object is gonna fire here. We're gonna need to walk up and say binding object equals foo dot bar dot whatever the property is. Unfix my music. Um, all right, we'll deal with that. We'll need to add a test for this. Click void foo. Oh, public, yeah. And then we need to make sure we handle this properly. Binding to, I know it's not technically needed, but I put it here. Binding to foo dot bar dot count works when all right. That's something we have to look up there. I need to double check that we get that namespace right. So we'd say, we need to be able to say, okay, bar changed. What's bar's parent? Foo. All right, in foo, what's the namespace? Oh, it's going to be for this view. And I don't think I'm keeping track of that right now. Bar will say, yeah, I needed, my lookup's not right. This thing's not right. Unless I pass the string in. Then how do I know if that string is something that matters or not? I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure that out. We're not gonna solve that right now. That's not gonna work. We have a to-do with some comments on how to handle that. Yay! All right. So we need to first call this out. Where were we? And we shouldn't have to do this cleanup, but I'm doing it anyway. Or if there's no views. All right. So now var equals child property names matching dot And this has to have mappings. So we'll just say this. Oh, not this. Notify, that's what we call that. All right, so now this will give us the mapping. So now for each view, I can say view mappings dot, or sorry, mappings dot ID. Right? Mappings equals view dot ID. So now we can do now what happens if no, those can't change, they're read only. Okay, I think this is right, but this might be wrong. Actually, let's work above it. Above our big to-do. All right. No, that can't be. But there might not be views tied to this thing. There actually might not be, because there won't be any views in this case. Let's just put a if not views.any. All right. For now, we'll just return. We'll put a breakpoint here. Okay. Man bindings. Makes my head hurt sometimes. This is the second time I've solved this problem, guys. Second time. Just doing it right this time. Made my head hurt just as much the first time. Now for now, we'll just say view dot. Oh, we need to make sure the view's not null. Things coming out of this thing. This shouldn't happen. New. This should never happen as well. Shouldn't. If so, it's fine to ignore it. What's up with my music? Okay, that gives us the property name. So now we can just pass this along to the view. And to do right now we're tracking everything by views, but eventually I want to track everything by bindings, like I talked about earlier. So now view or dot binding property changed. Prop, comma, value. Whew. That was a lot. Once this is updating, I can't remember what that was for. Hmm. Wait, what? That may need to come back. Right, this is how we keep track of whether or not that was used. All right, well, we're gonna need to throw, that's not ready yet. We'll put it up here. This is required. This is how we tell whether or not when that property changed, if it was used or not. If it was used and bindings were magically able to update, we're good. If they can't magically update, then we need to rebuild. That's what that end up does. So we can't lose that functionality. That will kill us. Okay, that's half written now then. All right, so we do this. All right, so we're not going to do that because we can do that elsewhere. All right. Actually, let's leave that commented out just in case. I'm not sure. All right, so we've got this. We'll deal with cleaning that up later. Do nothing, got that. That just looks better. All right. Maybe we need to tag those binding objects whether it's monitored or not. Because I'm worried about this thingy doing that lookup every time. It might be faster out of a boolean that we set when we're watching it and we unflag it when we're not. All right, we've got some code. Let's trying to think what's next. Start building still needs to do stuff. Trying to think if we start building and there's leftover objects, do we need to put them into global, stuff like that? So in here, we need this thing still, binding state. So let's go all right. All right, this is just thinking through how all this works. Let's go add this to view. View. The moment we do this, it's going to break building. Build's not going to work anymore. Now, as far as environment goes, environment can be set the same way. What do we have in state? I just want to look at. We kill state and we go straight to just binding state. Let's just do that. We're going to do it. We're in a fork or a branch. It's a scary change, guys. Scary, scary change. Oh. Right. Oh. All that is triggered through state. Oops, sorry. Let's see what else isn't building. "27 errors." I don't even know what a view represents. I don't even know what that is. So let's change. That's not state manager. Let's go to state. All right, so if we go to state, instead of this, we're going to pass the view in. We don't even care about the current ones. Delete. Delete. And we'll rename that to be view because clear that out. Now let's build this again, and that's going to freak out because we changed that type. And property is going to go into state manager anyway. All right, let's start doing all that stuff at the bottom. Binding object. And we called that And for now, we'll just do select caps. X dot property for now. All right. Dot to array. All right, we'll go with that for now. So now we have our end property. State manager dot share dot end property. We need to add all right, so whenever we start, let's throw this into state manager. All right. Now this does not go to binding state. This goes to, let's go up here. Current building view dot peak. Now I can just say, hey, current view dot get state. Perfect. That's working like it should. And for now, we'll do the same thing. All right, we're going to fix that later. I just don't want to change too much at once. Let's build. Only 30 errors. We're getting somewhere. Hey, that thing's public? Why did it give me access to that? State manager dot current view. State. All right. Oh, this stuff should all be dead. You representable even around? What use is this? This is using old, really dead stuff. Just gonna comment it out. That's legacy code that shouldn't exist. Oh. Alright. Not worth fixing right now. Oh, hey, sorry, paying attention. Which theme do I use in VS? I'm using just the standard dark theme. Actually, the color I use slightly different. So I'm using dark theme, and then I have my color theme set to Monakai. I like the brighter colors. When we first added dark theme to VS for Mac, this was the default and I loved it, and then we changed it. So I stuck with it. All right, so state manager dot start property. All right, where else? Same thing, end property. All right. This is totally gonna break everything once we get this to build and run. It's gonna be curious to see what tests run. Oh wait, okay, so hold on. So get view. Okay. Do we stop monitoring here? That's a leak waiting to happen. Huh. All of those are gonna be stuck in memory. This needs fixed. We'll fix it the wrong way. Actually, this might auto clean itself up. All right. So now what we'll do is state my Nest Cam. Oh, no, my family's home. My Nest Cam was just freaking out. People in the backyard. All right, state manager. Um, State manager dot start monitoring. This needs tied to this view. Where's this get set? Okay, so we're gonna need to do on this is tricky because we want to do it without pushing. But we need to do not this. Let's add a new one. And in here, this is going to be this view, and then I notify property red. All right. And instead of this, we don't need to do this. This is all going to be different actually. Why did I copy and paste that? That code doesn't match. We're going to do monitor, or sorry, we need to go view objects mapping dot. This is where we'll need that special one. Or sorry, dot get or create for key. fix, it might not have any, but now it will. All right. That's not right. Totally. This thing's gonna get tricky. Very tricky. Oh, wait. Haha! This is how we want to do it. Yeah, this is much better. Much better, much better. Okay. All right, so now if we jump to here, I think this will make the view clean itself up. Wait, what's it? Oh. All right, perfect. I think that'll clean itself up now. It's tied to that view. So when that cell gets disposed, it'll unhook all that. And we need to make sure on cell recycles. No, it won't matter. No, that's good. That's good. That'll work. I like it. That should work. Whew. Okay. Let's build and see what other errors we have to fix now. View. Right. This doesn't work anymore at all. All right. Not that. That's not the one. We have inside of binding extensions. Helper. Data binding extensions. This one. Huh. I thought we just do this one. When do we use this one? We don't anymore because it doesn't. Maybe we'll kill it and do set binding value. Now I need to remember how this thing works. Okay. Oh, that had bindings. This has T. Hey. That set value is not going to work. The moment we remove this, because if I move this to view, that is now going to conflict find a property is not valid anymore. This just is going to have to go into the state manager. Say, which we haven't had a way to do that yet. We'll just leave it how it is for now. Which all that's going to change once we fix the binding stuff anyway. That binding one I just was looking at. Once we bind to bindings rather than the views. All right. So the set value is not going to match because now there's more than one set values. So if we do set binding value, is that the only place that's used anymore? Hopefully it won't have an issue with that. Oh, I don't expose that. No, not that. All right, so now we can say if it is building, can't manager that. This, however, state.getValue. What did that do? That's an extension method to where it would look that property up. Which I can add that back. Let's go look at that. No, not that. It was under state. So this had get value, where it would say go to the view and get that property from the view. Oh, excuse me. Else check itself. I don't know how that would ever work. State shouldn't have anything inside of it. Wow. Alright, I'm gonna okay for just 1 second. No! I just shattered my monitor. Grabbing my water bottle, I just shattered my monitor. That's the second time I've shattered this screen. Check that out. That's the second time I've broken this monitor. Same thing. I give up. I'm not fixing it this time. Well, that's fun. Alright, I'm gonna be right back and cry. I just had to go refill my water bottle, and you missed it. I shattered my screen right when I went to do it. My water bottle, this is the second time I've shattered this monitor. There's like nothing protecting from the LCD. So you just go, like, you tap it. It's just straight plastic LCD. And I just shattered it when my water bottle touched it. So, yes, I just shattered my monitor. It's a great thing to do live on stream. It's okay. I'm back. I just had to, yeah, it's just a 2-minute break. Okay, but thank you for the raid. Super exciting. Also, what I'm working on right now, guys, is very complex, very deep stuff. So it might not be for everybody. But I am working on Comet, which is a new UI toolkit. And I'm in the process of rewriting one of the internal parts. It's something that is invisible to the users, but it brings most of the magic. I am rewriting the way I data bind and handle binding your objects to the views. So it's really complicated, crazy stuff, and my mic is working, right? You can hear me? Okay. Just making sure. So it's really crazy, awesome stuff, but it is deep. Just fair warning, this is deep in the weeds. But it's fun. And yes, I still can't believe I just broke. This is the second time I've broken this monitor. Slightly different, but same thing. This water bottle touches it. It was empty. Leaned over, I went to grab it, and I knocked it over, and it tapped the monitor and shattered it. It's just so, so sad. It's actually shattered better this time. It's still usable. Last time it shattered and it wasn't usable. So I don't know what to say. All right. So I'm in the middle, like I said, of rewriting the way bindings and like I said, to the user should not even notice a difference aside from it works better. And what I mean by that is if we look at a quick sample of what the user would write, when a user data binds, they says, hey, I have my state, and I'm going to data bind the text. This is data bound. Whether or not the user knows it or not, that is data bound, which is awesome. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I can just data bind directly like by that. And so when you click on the button, we increment the count value, and then this text will auto update. But the problem was, when I originally wrote it, I didn't think it all the way through, and the data binding kind of was tied to one view. So if you're using the same object, instead of using like a state, you're using a complex data object like a song object or something like that, and it's data bound on like the now playing screen, and it's also data bound to the list, the scrolling list view. It all broke. And I'm deep in the weeds fixing this right now. We did the onProperty changed. We're just going through and fixing build errors because I just completely changed the way everything works. And actually, this shouldn't even do this. This should just set the value the more I think about it. For now, we're going to fix this in a lame way. This one. All right, we'll just say body equals value, and we're just going to say reset. Which it should do. Rebuild your body because it got set. All right, that'll be cleaner than what I was trying to figure out. And I totally just broke all this data binding extension stuff. Let's put it back for now. And leave it how it is. This is just going to be new value bind to property view, property. All right, let's build again, see what errors we have. All right, state. This is going to be binding state now. We changed that data type. Now my test is going to be wrong. All right, so bind to property. We can just do view.getState. Perfect. That's done. Now, this is the part I need to figure out what we're doing. So we go grab the value. Why do I grab the value from the state? All right, so if I know what I'm doing here. So here I would just grab the view. Wait. I want to grab. Wait, why do I need that? So I can just say this dot current value. All right, so here we will do. Oh, I still need to do that get. This should just be, we'll do view. I think we'll do view. And this might totally, yeah, that broke things. All right, so if we went to the old state object, big refactors. So we do this dot get properties. They do get property value. Using reflection, bring that in there. Perfect. I think that's what I needed. And now here we do state, use our new class, state manager dot end property. Where did that do? Did that do state? And the parent is the view. Right? Go to parent is the view. So yeah, we're in turn just going to do view, do that. Close this. I think we're done here. Go back to binding. I mean, parent, parent, v, done. All right, and then we will do same thing here. Okay, that, okay, state dot binding state, so we go same thing here. Add those globals in. All right. Now actually when we're doing this, view, that binding state, I just want to look at our constructor on this again, because I don't know if I hooked that up right when we changed it to binding state. All right, state equals new this. This needs to be tied to a view. This isn't what's tied to a view. That's right, we're going to ignore that for now. That still might be fine. To do, should this need its view? I like throwing to-dos for my questions just to make sure I don't forget them. This thing is riddled with to-dos, especially with all the code I just wrote today. Luckily there's tests. We'll run the test. Hey, that build? No. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, that's if it's not null. Okay, so this will be. Oh, no, no, no. We don't do this here. We did just like we did last time. Whoa, whoa, where did I go? Okay, where was I? I just lost. Okay. That's what we do. Alright, so now we'll tie those two together. That'll be good. How are we doing on errors? We're getting there. Wait, this did start property? Why did we start property? I don't think that's right. Let's comment that out. Because doing this state builder will automatically start that and should do the same thing as start property. Start property tells it we are monitoring now. So when we go to our state, this thing, start building, this sets building to true. So we're good. We shouldn't need anything else there. You know, we're gonna throw this in here anyway. It's what we were doing. Although, all that does is set building to true and then adds things into the globals. And we do that same thing when we start building. No, we don't. Never mind. All right, so we'll leave that there. I think it is there. It is needed. All right, so now we'll do delete that. Good, good. All right, build again. Sorry guys, normally this is a more fun stream where we're building apps, but right now I just need to get through this thing. All right, so if view is not equal to null, we don't have to do that. We can just do state. No. Dot state manager dot. All right. Hopefully we can run this soon. Perfect. Actually, we do this the same each way. I wonder if that matters. This might. Oh, actually that won't matter. I don't know if that's right. It's all right. Build. All right. Those ones are easy to fix. All right. State manager dot Now I may need to tell the state so inside of our old stuff, we have our state binding. I think we just call this thing clear. That's what we'll do on the dispose. Okay, much better. That should do it. Clear that thing out. 5 errors, might be less. 4, on to 4. This is easy. Delta is building. Can't be null anymore. If not that. View, instead of view, this will just do state manager dot okay. Brutal fixes of the API. This, we're gonna just do the same thing. And and that we should throw a to do. And go back and add a to do. That was environment stuff. Wasn't that right here? It was in environment data. That's where that just was. Environment data. All right, right here. The same one as that one. All right, last error. All right. This does not have what changed. And it should. That's easy enough to fix. So let's go to binding object. All right, so now let's go into, let's throw this into our state thing. Because it does need to know about what changed. Just because we have to be able to transfer this state. Okay, so we need to, where's this get called right now? Because that's not going to be called. So right now, this is where we do all the changed values. And this gets on property changed, which in our state manager, we have on property changed for each view, do this thing. So now we can do state changed that. All right, and we are going to add this. Go to definition, internal void, perfect. Changed property, oh no. All right, so now we have track of everything that changed, so we can transfer state. Whew. Brutal stuff here, guys. I think we're getting past it. Let's run tests. Uh-oh, wait. Is that an error? I don't know why that has that. All right, it builds. Let's see if the platforms build. Where am I? I'm not seeing any errors. Build platforms, see what builds. Those build. All right, let's run tests. I don't think this is going to work. There's no way. Let's start easy. The new test. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. Test needs fix because I changed API. Just delete that. Running tests. Running tests. All right. Okay, test failed. Where'd it fail? All right, so line 62. There's 0 globals. Nothing worked. All right, it's all right. We can now start looking at this though. Actually, that makes sense. I don't think I actually finished adding that stuff to globals. So glad I have tests. All right, start managing. I didn't do anything under start building yet. Or no, sorry, property. Yeah, I didn't do start building. Didn't I just do stuff with properties? Oh, and properties right here. Okay. Start property. Okay, that should work. Let's debug this. All right. So this built, and it read this model, right? Changed was 2. Oh, that shouldn't have happened. Let's go to when we do start properties. So we'll start monitoring. Not start monitoring. Let's go to our start building. Oh, not play. I want to debug this thing. Let's check out some stack traces. Okay, so we started building as of right here. No. Okay, so we started building. Perfect. Now, as of right now, we should have, hovering over might have done reds. Actually, let's do one other thing. Let's do on property red. And let's see the call stack of when it was red. No, wrong one. Debug here. Okay, is building. Started building. Press play. We're now on property red. Property name is parent count. And okay, we're going to add that in to it was red. Progress on. We're now building the child view. And current red properties. Whoa, we watched current red properties. Oh. I need to do this off changed. Haha. Return changed. All right, I'm getting somewhere. All right, so let's run this again. To list is always more efficient than to array, although we'll return that later. All right, so let's run this again. See if it gets farther. All right. Failure. Expected to, got 0. Bug again. Gotta work, it's gotta work. We gotta figure this out. All right, so we're building a view. Started building the parent view. Press play. So we did say we just read the parent count. Perfect. And what object it came from. Why did I never get end? Do I have a breakpoint when we stop? All right, so we'll press play again. End property is now saying we had one thing change. And the call stack. Oh, this is where the body thing helped, isn't it? Fun. And it should have 2 raids. All right, so right now we're saying we're done. Play again. Property count. It gave us the 1. So we're going to say this view state okay, that should be thrown in as a end building. And we're done building parent view. Okay, now we're going to start building the child view. We might not need the global. Maybe I'm doing that wrong. For what I'm doing, oh, this is how I tried working around the global bug for the old stuff. That might be fine. It doesn't need to be a global. It knows that this thing needs to reset if any of those properties change. So those are the globals. Let's do that. I don't know if I need that reset string anymore. All right, let's run this test again. This should now give us those two values we're looking for. So you said, or 1. This should be 2 because we should have, we look at our test class should read that we're doing model and then child, right? Why did model, huh? End view, that's the parent ending. Now we're going to start building the child. And we're going to say, hey, we use child. And ended, we're going to say, hey, you had 1 left over, child count. Which, where's that going to get used? That gets added into the globals, right? So now global state is just 1. Parent count. I wonder if that's good enough. I think that state should have said model was used. Or maybe it doesn't need that. Maybe we need to say that when we use that object, just thinking. All right, let's go into State Manager and let's fix these globals. Let's fix the global stuff. Because right now we're gimping ourselves by dropping it down to just a string. Because we can be better. The strings was an optimization, thinking we don't truly need to track everything. I don't know if I liked that now. Now the real question is, do I want to know that model was read? Because models read only and can't change, and I force all that stuff to be read only. So maybe knowing object and property is good enough. I think it might be. All right, let's just fix this to 1. Let's run the test again, see what happens. Nope, it failed. Where did it fail this time? Expected to was 1. Stack trace, 71. Yeah, wow, that's not good. That should have rebuilt. Debug. We didn't teach state how to reset views. We're never doing anything with end property. I mean, we're not doing anything. It won't work. This. I have a to-do telling me to deal with that. What is updating? How am I setting that on the old one? Is updating. Nothing's calling start update? What was calling start update? I wonder if I need to go look what's going on in master. Is it really not being called? It's not being called. If I trust it, and I think I do. Let's just call end update. I know we need to do that. Well, actually, we don't have end update yet. So on this old one, with this crazy binding nonsense, end update would go through and say, okay, this property ended. It would then say, hey, is there anything pending? And pending updates, we keep track of those whenever a property changed. And we have that on property changed. I might have not done something right, because I got rid of this internal on property changed. This is never called anymore. Oh, it was there. Wait, this is what hooks up to. This is under Binding Object Manager, which we're not using anymore. It is now dead. So when a property changed, we have this stuff, and we added the change dictionary. Pending updates. Do we not have pending updates now? So instead of doing this end update, let's just do State Manager. So we need to have a pending updates. Static list, and this is going to be a type of I notify property red. And we also are worried about horrible name, but it'll work. A binding object, and then we'll also, yeah, then we'll also say all right, pending. We may need to look into that other stuff. So now right here, what we'll do pending updates dot add notify comma property name. All right, so we add that in here. All right. This thing doesn't have globals or care about that, right? No. All right, so now for each of these, This is where that end update went. We'll say if get state dot okay, is that the right one? We might need those values too. Okay. That's funny. Did update is never set to false. All right, that's better. So this is, are we good? Did it need to reload the view? So this is going to pass in the values and call those things along. This might be able to be simplified, but we're not going to do that now. And so we're going to change this thing again. Right. Okay. So now inside of pending updates, actually I don't know if this is right. I did that so you could do a batch update, but I don't even allow that. Let's kill this thing again. Is that right? Pending updates, pending updates. So this value changes. So what goes into this thing? And this gets, oh, that's an if. If not, boom. All right. This update values gets property object, which we want to change it. I notify property red. We're going to type this thing. Going to freak out because it doesn't understand that. Then this needs a name, doesn't it? It's going to do sender sender. That's ugly. Global properties is switch to that too. All right. Okay. Am I ready to do that object thing yet? You know, I don't know if I'm ready to do that yet. We're going to undo all this, and then we're going to type it to objects next. I want to do this in separate commits, because I'm changing too much and it's scaring me. All right. Property, comma, value. I think I have that now. Let's run and see what happens. Let's put a breakpoint here. Sorry guys, this is really deep inside of a framework that if you haven't been following, may or may not be interesting. All right. All right, done with that. On property red, we added that property and we know those are happening, so I don't want you to do that. All right, that goes. And building. All right, did I put inside state manager? I should put breakpoints on property change, that continue. All right. Wait, why didn't that fire? No, wrong one. Debug. I want to go back to here and put on property changed. Let's find references to this first. Okay. And then state, if we go to state, state should auto do that. Because state does this. Call property changed. Oops. All right, so let's debug this. Why was that never called? Okay, model changed. Model got set. Something's not right. When model was set, we didn't rescan that. Because model's not set during the constructor. I had things on there that kept track of the names of those properties, of those states, so that whenever they were triggered, we would then scan those. And that's not there. All right, so check for attributes. Let's debug this. This, I think, is our bug now. Okay, where are we at? Child view. All right. Are we not even doing anything there? Debug. Okay. Something's wrong. We're not. And then let's also go to, don't I have disposing? Is this being used? Did we do that? We did throw that one in. Ah. Okay, so model got set. Let's stop. Let's just rebuild clean. Debug this. Let's go to state manager. State manager should now do constructing views. All right, constructing. We get mappings. Okay, that is saying, hey, the ID just got set. Yeah, I think we're gonna need that flag I talked about earlier. All right, so we have a mapping this time. Okay. Mappings is 0 for child count, correct. It has no mappings. Okay. Property changed, model changed. All right. So we increase that build count. Good, good, good. Let's move along. Now, count is 1, which debatable should be 2. I know how to fix it if we want it to be. All right, so we're going to increase that. That should tell this to change. Parent count changed, which be like, hey, this is global, right? Right, good, good, we're getting somewhere. Pass that along to the view. Actually, that passing it on to the view negates almost everything this thing does in here. This changes everything on this. I don't even need 90% of this class anymore. Now it's going to reload. We might pass the test though. Gonna rebuild that. Let's press play. Remove some breakpoints. Uh-oh. Child view. Oh, right. Pop. Wait a minute. Why didn't those ever come off? Because we have parent, child, parent, child. All right, well, let's remove that for right now. That's a different issue that I don't want to fix. And then let's run this. Okay, failed. Stack trace. Building child expected 3, actual 2. All right, so this body should have been built 3 times. Let's debug. Because it gets built with each parent, and then when I increment just the child, the parent shouldn't have increased. So there's once. Now we're going to increase the parent. It's going to reload. Child view is going to be built again. So now our count is 2. All right, we verify all that. Now we increase this child count. Now into here, global properties has parent. Why not child? All right, let's go back to view. And I want to ditch this start property. And I want to fix that here. Because whenever we start a new view, all right, let's run this. Okay. So we're about to read child count. Why didn't we? I just want to make sure this is definitely happening because we're pushing these things up. And then let's go on read. Oh! No, that should still be fine. This is what I want to go to. On red. Just put a breakpoint right here. All right, so now this is the child view. Child count. We're building. So now we're going to instantiate the text, and it's going to be like, hey, new view, it's text view. Oh. Maybe end. Maybe end building needs to do this as well. No, but would that be right? So the problem is I need to show that to do that text, so whenever we start constructing a new view, wait, current building view, it's getting pushed twice. Okay, so this needs to just say, this needs to have a contains, which is tricky with this and not performant. Is that right? Maybe that doesn't need to do it. Let's, for now, not push it here. And now let's bring back this, because that can be right now. Oh no, yeah. This again goes to current view. All right, let's run that. All right, deep internals of data binding. Just looked over and saw my shattered screen again. I make a giant screen protector for my monitor. All right, and building. Do we... Oh, that's funny. Child glowing state. This should be... Oh. Oh, right. Dot built view is the child view. Hey, that's actually saying global now. Oh, but that global property is parent, isn't it? No, it's model. All right, so now property changed, and the sender, the property name is parent count, so we're at that step. Says, all right, that's global, reload. Now we're gonna rebuild. We just read from data model, parent count. Now we're gonna return the child. The child body is going to build. Um, so is building child count. Is building is true. All right, so we're just saying we read this property. Now I'm just curious. Parent body count, let's just step through because I lost track where we're at. We're going to increase that count, which is say, hey, property changed. That means that we just rebuilt. Why is that not in this global properties? Did this get added to the wrong one? Also though, what we can do is now we can also say assert that is false. No, just false on this. We'll say state manager dot is building. We should not be building anymore once we hit here. And I want to throw one of these after each of these. This will make sure we didn't get into that weird state we were at where we kept adding and adding and adding with this push. All right, so we're on the parent view. Let's just do this. Property red is parent count. All right, so we did just read parent count. Oops, that might have just messed stuff up. Parent count, yes, I just did that and messed it up. That was me debugging. Ah, that's funny. All right. Is building. This count is 0. Perfect, so it's not building anymore. Now we're doing the next view, which should now have added child count to globals. Child count is being added to a globals. Which global is this? Hey, thanks for the follow, Zoohome. I think that's how you'd say it. All right. So, oh, this just got added to the texts global. So we do this, set value. That's because I'm doing something weird here. But it still should handle that right. So set valuing property. Current value. Then right here. All right, this got added to the wrong view though. Since this can't have a global, it should go to its parents. How do I handle that? That's technically right. So views that don't have a body, it needs to go to the parent view. Because this doesn't know how to reset. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So I need to make add to globals a tad bit smarter. So a view knows whether it has a body. Actually, we can fix it at a sooner point. Let's get to that same thing again. That was in binding. We can fix it at the binding part. Binding Remove all this stuff now. I know what's going on. The binding swallowed it. This. All right. So what if we do, what is... Oh, don't lock up. I think that's the right thing. Okay, it didn't. Child view. Right, right, right. So instead of adding that global there, all right, so dot. All right, now let's run this test. It might actually pass. Ah, come on. Expected 3, actual 2. That's no, just to make sure. I don't know if this will tell it to rebuild that binary. I would hope it would. All right, so we're gonna pass it on to the child view. All right, which view is this? Parent view. Reload. All right, child view is being given that bound property of child count. We're gonna build again. This time, parent view is gonna be like, I don't care. Perfect, this is parent not caring. Wait, what? Somehow, that never got passed on. So right here, only one view cared for that object, and that object should get 2 views. Oops. Oh man, that's gonna need some fixing. Okay, let's build this, debug this. Stupid state. Okay, I think I know what this is. Let's go to State Manager really quick. So inside State Manager, we are not subscribing to this. We're only doing this here. And so that doesn't get called there. So something. All right, so State Manager, let's walk through this. I'm missing something. And I'm missing this line right here. This needs to be told whenever we do end property. This is why it needs to all know about these dang objects. All right, we have to do it now. It's not going to work until we do. Joy. All right, so let's go into end property. This is internal. I'm going to do this as a list because lists are faster. And we know this is, if I really care, make it on a read-only list. So much better. All right, return changed. Done. Like it. All right. All right, so let's now build this, and it's gonna freak out. All right, so now when we build this, it's the binding's gonna blow up. I'm like, hey, whoa! That's what I'd expect. All right. Now it all is gonna blow up. Let's go and grab that again. All right, now where was that error? Let's go fix these. Okay. Actually, let's. Okay. Let's build again, see what else is broken. All right. What is this? Binding object manager. This thing's dead. Let's just comment it out now. And then we'll delete it. All right. What is this? Binding object. No, this isn't even needed anymore. All right, that's dead. You can die in a fire. All right. That broke this, which may be needed. I don't know. I'll just comment it out for now. All right. Now we're back to where we were at. If global equals. Oh, that needs changed to whatever that thing was. This is getting ugly. Okay, I don't think this is needed anymore. I'm just going to comment these out. I don't think they're needed anymore. I might want to add them there just for debug purposes. Wow, a lot of code I just deleted. So glad there's tests. All right. This is where this stuff goes. And this is where I was saying it would have been nice to have these straightly bound. Okay, so now here's where I need in the state manager a way to say I care about this view. Notify this right here. I wonder if I want to do the binding stuff. Let's throw this at the end. I'm gonna have to organize this thing at some point. All right, so this is now going to get no, actually, we'll just do the same add view properties. That way the names are the same. Oh, hi, you just scared me. What's up, Kaya? We are not buying an in-app purchase for a game. Why? Because it doesn't matter. There I am, guys. I'm a mean dad. Mean dad there. Proof. All right. And then we need... Oh, this gets to die again. Okay, got that, got that. What? No, I don't need anything. Nope, she's not true. All right, so now where are we at? All right, so this thing is all bad. Very bad. And we actually, property and property name? Don't need that. Oh, actually, yes, we do. Oh, that's why these were actions. Maybe that comes back. Okay, I'm gonna undo all this. Darn it, forgot about that. Comment that out for right now. Let's go back to binding object where that thing lives. This comes back. For now, it comes back. I'm going to close my office door really quick. All right, sorry, it got loud. There's kids over and playing. Okay, so that comes back for now. Now when this happens, and we tie this up for that view, we'll just for now, no, that's not right. Okay. This is where I was talking about it'd be nice to have for the binding. Because the binding knows the tie between the two. I don't want this. All right. Man, I only want to do this in pieces, but now it's kind of hurting that I'm not. Okay, so here's the problem. Bindings know how to tie a property from a bound object to a view's property. They know when this property changes, send it along. If not, set this thing as a global. Oh, did I delete too many out of that? You go back, I might have deleted too much. Yes, I did. We need the global one to stay. All right. So what I need this to do now the binding stuff's still not going to work right until I teach it about bindings. The new stuff has to know about bindings. Let's fix the one issue first. Let's make it let's do this when we add a global property. I'm still going R2. This is craziness. Let's do. All right. And now what we're going to do is we need to tell Nope, we're not going to do it here. I've got code now though, R2. I've got code. Lots of code. And the test is half passing. So let's go to the binding. And when we do the bind property to view, why is this not building? That should be fine. State manager is not. Oh, state manager dot. All right, so yes. All right, so right here, it's debatable whether that should hang out still. You know, we're going to bring it back. I know I've gone back and forth on this like 10 times. We're going to bring it back from now. I know how to eventually kill this out the right way. Last time I'm killing it for now. All right, so now let's go to binding state. So if we go into the binding state, we have this, right? Now I can do state manager dot. I need a way to register this view with these bound properties. Okay, so internal static void. All right, so we'll say do we have a base binding that has that? Or I don't. Where's bound properties live? You're going to the base class. All right. Perfect. So now on this, I can go. No, I just have to say, we're going to say view. And then also, no, that's all we should need. Var prop in binding dot bound properties. We need to go up here and do this. And then that will fix stuff. Half passing? I might be half. I don't know. All right, we're getting close though. Prop. There. Now this thing doesn't build yet. New notify, comma, prop. And we might make that to where it's not a list because it's an array. It's like never an array. All right, let's build. Fingers crossed. Uh-oh. Protected. Now that I've changed all those data types. Come on. And we need to reevaluate all this. Uh-oh. Why not? Why not? Cannot convert from. Oh. This. Fun. Fun. Let's get this going. If okay, so for each actually what did I do wrong? What did I do? Why is this not building? Okay, add. Oh, right. Perfect. I hope. Man, this is brutal. All right. All right, hold on. Um, this dot. Oh, I don't know what environment that came from. Oh, and here's where it all falls down. Because I don't know what environment that came from. That's gonna need to be fixing now. So where I set these, okay, environment data. Here's where we do it. It doesn't like that thing being null. So let's say everything's gonna come from the global one. That's how we're gonna fix this. And then where was I just at? I don't like that. All right, build. What did I just do? Build. Oh, come on, this is killing me. I hate that there was ever length and count. Like, why? Why did we ever have both? Drives me nuts. All right. Okay. Last two errors. Run tests again. This can do it. Pushing the button. I feel confident. Let's see. Run test. Now I'm going to debug. Oh, come on. What's that? Oh, this was a control I never fixed. All right. Where's that coming from? All right. Let's just run it. What class? Where is this? Skia. Comet Skia. That makes sense, but shouldn't need to build that to run this test. I did clean and nuke everything. I do that. All right. Please go. Please work. Please do it. Dang it. Stack trace. All right, so let's go into State Manager. It might not be doing it when we add the globals. Maybe we do. No, we're not. We're not. All right, so finding. Right here. That's what we do. Okay, let's see what that says. Ooh, we're getting something. That's different. Where's that blowing up? All right, I can deal with this. Okay, so that sets this. That goes to set property, which is going to call property changed. So on property changed, 197 for each view. It then loops through it. Why is that changing? Make a copy of the view. It's always safe to do that. But I'm wondering what changed that in that time. What? Can I implicitly convert Comet views to... Let's run that again. When trying to... We can put a breakpoint in what's changing that though. What? What? All right. Oh, I forgot. This has a cleanse item. And then a for each. Right, that's how you use my weak thingy. Right. I forgot I do this to make it nice and safe. to use. There. That can return now. And let's run that. Write your own list implementations and then you forget how they work. This pin's there. Go away. All right. Object not null object. Okay. How in the world is state null? It was disposed. That view is dead. Question is, if is alive, let's debug this, see if it'll break there. Hopefully it will. Something's notifying, so we're getting somewhere. A lot farther. Move a bunch of breakpoints. Killing myself with these breakpoints. Gonna reload. Alright, so let's add view, pads, breakpoints. New, when an exception. Alright, so let's run this again. Debug. I need to restart the Visual Studio because that's driving me nuts. Alright, here we go. So this is a view. Is there a this? Actually, it's disposed. Okay, so let's also go and see why that's still in this list if it's been disposed. We're gonna need to figure out what's going on with that and why it's not being disposed. That's the problem. So we've caused a memory leak in this rewrite. And it could be this state stuff. What all did we do with those views? That's a weak list. This one's a weak list. Since this is, for now, let's go to our weak list. Or x dot is dot x dot target. Let's run that. Come on, go away. You're not pinned. Taking up my real estate. Oh, and R2, while you were gone, I shattered my monitor again. Same monitor, if you're still here. I literally just got it back and mounted it not too long ago. The new monitor. I've had it back for like 2 weeks. Oh, I didn't want to debug. I want to debug the test. Hey, it ran. That's a big step in the right direction. Let's get this test passing, and then let's run all the tests. How? All right, well, let's... Actually, they're not leaking because they were disposed. Or... And then... All right, we'll do that. Build worked. Should not get in all objects. All right, expected 3 got 2. Same place we have been. 79. We're not crashing now, though. So let's see at binding object. Actually, I'm going to close the solution to see if that will go away. If not, we're going to restart the IDE because I can't handle that. Hey, it fixed it. All right, let's go. Why do I have 2 of these open? Did not fix it. Well, that's an interesting glitch. Oh, I saw the time. I've actually got to go. I don't have time to finish this. But I'm really glad I did live stream this. Might have been boring to some, but it was actually really helpful. Made me talk myself through it and actually force myself to finish this. It's something I've been fighting and not doing and not getting done for too long. Way too long. You guys being my rubber duck has helped a lot. And the pressure's on when you're on screen. You gotta do it. Gotta make it work. I still have quite a bit that needs done with it, but a lot farther. All right. All right, so let's now just debug this one. Okay, so this is running. We don't care about these ones. We care about when child count. Continue, continue. All right, this is the one. Property name, child count. This is parent view. How many views do we have? All right, which view is this? Text. Where is child view? Whoa. Right! That's the problem. I got it. Oh, what it is. Binding. When we add the global, all right. All right, I'm coming. So if is value, I think that's it. Problem was I wasn't actually passing the current view in to listen, which is the one that had the reset. So we had the reset to the current one, but then we didn't listen to it. So we probably need to do it when we do this add global properties. Add global properties needs to register the view, but that state doesn't have access to the view. That's why I didn't do it there. So as I redo this, run test. Don't push anything. Test passed! Test passed, guys! Run all the tests. I don't care if they pass or not, but that's a good stage. Let's commit this stuff. Holy cow. Not that. That's good. That's updated. That's updated. List view. Okay, mono crash. Don't want that going in. State. Bindings all broken, guys. That broke everything. It's right. Step in the right direction. Builds passed. One test passed. Working on new state. What, Thomas? What? Oh, I'm coming anyway. All right, working on state. What do I call that thing? It now adds proper global properties. However, this completely breaks bindings. Good enough, guys. Good enough for me today. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. You guys were most useful. You really were. Let's see if anyone I know is streaming. I can pass you guys off to another developer unless someone has an idea of someone who is. Let me check my places. Do this one. Let's do Twitch. Who's streaming? Oh, I'm hearing an echo now. That's a problem with checking this stuff. I go and check and then it starts playing my own stuff. Is anyone from the team streaming? Hey, they're streaming. Smiles and Tea. Let's go check out Smiles and Tea, guys. I'm going to send us over to that. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out again. This has been a blast. And it's been rough. It's been really rough. But I might continue this today. Today's Wednesday. I fly out of town. I'm not going to be here next week or the next 2 weeks. So, but I fly out Friday, but I'll be here tomorrow. All right. Let's end the stream and start a raid.